Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Well, hello there. Fancy meeting you here. G'day, howdy, aloha, buongiorno, welcome, kafinti. G'day. Welcome to the Defence Rest. If it's your first time here, suffer in your jocks, you've been warned. If you're a regular, you know what you're in for. So buckle up, because we're going to get into it. Now, in saying that, today we are covering the 2022 trial of Chandler Halderson. Mainly, well, not mainly, sorry. There's a couple of reasons. One, it's been personally requested, subscriber requested by our lovely Tricia. And two, I think we all currently need a bit of a distraction from what's happening in Canton, Massachusetts at the moment. So, but in saying that, I can feel it in my waters. This is my prediction. We will have a verdict today, and I believe before lunch. That's my prediction for today. Hello, my darling. I was just talking about you. Were your ears burning? Of course you're lovely. Never doubt that. Never ever. Do you like my my attire? Is it Yes. Correct. It's from the Temu stream where the chat spends my money. We'll have another one of those shortly. Yeah, I reckon it's coming today, love. Oh, look. Jenny G's, and Palola's mum and Kathy Bear are all over. I'm going to let's do something really funny. Yeah? I'll share the screen with you, and let's let's bring them. Share this tab instead. I thought I recognized those names. I'm like, oh, because I've got Courtroom Confidential's stream up for watching the trial. So let's comment, shall we? Oh, what's this? Okay. Hello at Jenny G and at Palola's mum and at Kathy. How about I put sprung bad? And let's add an emoji. Oh, emoji would be good, Jody, if you could get that right. That one. I'm using this stream to keep an eye on courtroom. All right, let's see if we get a response from them, shall we? Yeah. Wait for it. Wait for it. Let me see if I can zoom that in. Yes, I can. Look at that. Kathy? You are being watched while being watched. Palola's mum. No, she didn't say anything. Oh. Did that zoom on your end? Ha. So this is where they hide. This is Courtroom Confidential, who I pinned their details in chat last week. Right, day 2. Chandler. Actually, I need to split this page so that I can have the 2 screens up. There we go. Now I can see both. And I will know if there's anything. Oh, Jenny says, we need a verdict today. And I think we're getting one, just quietly. Go down, show me the. Stupid. I have to pop out in the chat. I can't reach it. My prediction is we will have one before lunch. I can feel it in my waters. Okay. Okay, done. Now, today I think they are presenting more of the digital evidence and stuff. Now, Chandler was a bit of a dipshit and just so happened to Snapchat his girlfriend whilst he was disposing of his father's torso. Was she? Well, it's been reported
Good morning.
she was
If you're willing and able to and can responsibly.
very well dressed today, and that's often apparently a sign. And Bev will be all smiles because she knows it'll be over today. So, yeah. See how? Oh, you can't see it because I haven't shared the screen. But in that chat, Let me flick it back and show you. See that? Nightbot. That's a Discord bot of some sort that you can attach to your chat, and it will automatically set up and do these reminders, whatever you write, whether it be like, subscribe, share, whatever. And I want one. Yeah. In fact, like, it sounded weird me playing my own intro music the last 2 days. It's like, oh, that's different. Yeah. So yes. I think they're just a download, I think. And I can get it on Discord. It's the bringing it over and connecting it. Like, I've got the two connected, my YouTube and Discord, because obviously every live stream I do gets put onto Discord. I didn't set that up though, so I have no idea what that process involves. But yes. And there's a Streamlabs one as well, which I've downloaded the software too, and I've set it all up, and I just don't know how to connect it. Oh, I'm crap at IT shit. Never mind. Did you see the short that I put up just like 20 minutes ago of my cat? Yep. Oh, I was the crowns. Now that is that's another part of the Streamlabs thing. It's like a reward system. So the more interaction you have in chat, it gets rated, and so you wear the crown. If you've got the crown, you have been the one that has interacted in chat the most. So that's part of one of these bots that does that. And I think I've downloaded that one as well, but I need to connect it. And Kathy's the one to ask. Mama Bear, she the one. She got us set up on Discord the other night so that we could all watch the movie together. And it was so much fun, Tricia. It was great because we all were watching the one movie screen. But not only could we had a chat so that we could type chat beside us, but we could talk to one another during the movie as well. So, yeah, it was good. It was good. You've been getting gifted memberships, Jones. I never have watched. Oh, really? Like who? I know you got one the other day from, who was it? Was it Uncivil or? I can't remember. That is unusual. All right.
Safely testify without a mask. We would ask that you do so. Thank you.
Now, is that volume
Go right ahead.
you or me?
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last names?
Yes, it's Sabrina Sims, Sabrina Sims.
How are you employed?
I am a detective with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
Is that better?
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been a detective for 14 years.
And are you one of the two case detectives assigned to this case?
Yes, I am.
Oh, just so you know too, if we do have a verdict that comes up, I will shut this stream down and it will automatically divert you to the verdict stream. Alrighty? So you don't have to do anything. You won't miss out on anything. I promise. Let me get up to... Oh, no, I can't. Oh, crap. Now I can't see anything but the chat. I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. If I only knew what I was doing, I'd hurt myself. 100%.
I just want to talk to you very briefly about how you go about investigating a missing person's case. What are sort of just generally the
Is that
steps
better?
that you go through as a detective?
Sure. So usually initially those are reported to deputies who we've already heard from. Based
Whoa.
on the information they receive,
Jesus.
we
That wasn't me.
do follow-up interviews.
Fuck.
Sometimes that leads us to
Oh, they just switched their audio on, obviously, right after I'd boosted it. And now it's gone quiet. What the actual? Oh my God. What the fuck? I can't hear a thing now. It went super, super loud.
To your
Oh,
investigation.
there it is.
it's very important. The information we get early on leads us in certain directions sometimes,
Cool.
you know, and other times it leads us in wrong directions. Usually in missing person cases, obviously, the first couple of days, the first hours that we find out information is very vital in where our investigation goes. Sometimes time is of the essence when we're locating people, children and adults alike.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to show you exhibits 40 through 43. Could you please identify exhibit 40?
Exhibit 40 is a USB drive, which includes media interviews.
And who is giving said media interviews?
Chandler Halderson.
And did you collect these from the various news stations in the course of your investigation?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And exhibits 41 through 43, how would you describe those?
Exhibit 41 is a transcript of a media interview that Chandler Halderson did with Channel 3000. Exhibit 42 is a transcript of a media interview with NBC 15 conducted by Chandler Halderson. And 43 is a transcript of a media interview with WKOW and Chandler Halderson.
And what date were these interviews given?
July 8th, 2021.
At this time, I would move exhibit 40 into evidence and would ask to publish.
Any objection to its receipt?
Can we approach for a bit, actually?
Sure.
Really? I'm just changing the overlay because I need to cover that logo. Otherwise, because they'll scan it and it'll be a copyright warning. Let me just, here's Chandler's. There. Okay. Oh, they really have what?
Facts.
Shit.
And this is done for a host of reasons,
Been through
and is
Australia
always
on
appreciated
Spring the
because
other
it
day. She
means
said,
we
"Please
don't have
support."
to introduce those
Aw.
facts through witnesses and testimony.
That's lovely.
In this instance, at this moment, the district attorney and the attorneys for Mr. Halderson have stipulated or agreed to the existence of
Maybe
certain
we'll go and
facts,
play a visit
and
to
you
her.
must accept these facts as
stream, hey?
conclusively proved. In this case, the district attorney and defendant's attorneys have stipulated
doing?
to the following facts. The television news broadcasts presented as evidence in this case, including interviews from WISC TV Channel 3, WKOW Channel 27, and NBC Channel 15, are authentic recordings of the news broadcasts. The person identified as an off-camera speaker in these news broadcasts as Chandler Halderson is, in fact, the defendant Chandler Halderson. I also remind you, ladies and gentlemen, about the instruction that I gave yesterday before we first saw a recording. Recordings are proper evidence. These have been closed captioned for you, but again, the closed captioning is secondary. What you hear is the evidence, and I will remind you that if it appears anything has been redacted from these, those are redacted due to decisions made previously before trial. I'll also remind you that it is the statements that are heard on these videos from the defendant, and his identity has been stipulated as the speaker, that is the evidence that's being put forward to you here today.
That's better.
First one we're going to play is Channel 3000.
Thanks for staying with us. Officials are still searching for this couple, Bart and Krista Halderson. Now, there are a lot of questions about the Dane County couple's disappearance that we are working to get some answers to, but tonight, police aren't saying much. And that led us to the couple's son, who says he's just as confused as investigators. Adam Duxter spoke with that man today.
Really?
He's here now with what he learned. Adam?
Well, Eric, Chandler Halderson lives with his parents in the village of Windsor and says another unknown couple picked them up early Friday morning before he was awake. And tonight we're left to wonder what happened to Bart and Krista Halderson.
Brett Schuster says his usually quiet street is busier than ever since last night.
I pulled in, there was a couple of sheriffs out there. Then 2 hours later, there's 3-4 detectives there. As we saw the detectives enter the house, that's where we knew there's something going on inside Bart's house.
Shortly after, the Dane County Sheriff's Office shared this photo of Bart and Krista Halderson. Police say the couple had planned to go to their cabin in Langlade County. Their son, Chandler, asked not to be shown on camera, but he told us he didn't see his parents leave and added they didn't drive themselves.
They were picked up by their friends, who I never got the name of, and I assumed it was someone I was aware of, the close neighbors of theirs up the street, or their best friends down on the east side. So that's what I assumed. I never really asked any further.
Chandler says he assumed his parents had turned off their phones to avoid roaming charges. And it wasn't until after the holiday weekend ended that he got nervous.
Because this weekend it was packed. I get that. Packed. Maybe the weather wasn't great for messaging.
Tonight, Dane County Sheriff's Office says there are too many unanswered questions to say anything, while Langlade County Sheriff's Office wouldn't confirm they're helping in a search. Police instead spending today interviewing neighbors, like Brett Schuster himself.
Just shocked. I mean, it's odd, though. Everything this seems, it's odd and shocking that, you never expect or anticipate seeing something that, especially that close to your house. I hope everything works out and it's just a misunderstanding with communication and comes pulling in the driveway any minute.
And Chandler Halderson says for his parents to leave, even with another person, does happen from time to time. But he tells me another family member went to that cabin to check out cell service and was able to get through.
Well, hopefully we'll get some answers soon. Adam Duxter reporting. Adam, thank you.
The second video of Exhibit 40 is NBC 15.
The search continues for this couple, Krista and Bart Halderson. They live near DeForest. They were reported missing yesterday. NBC 15's Elise Ramos joins us live from the Dane County Sheriff's Office Northeast Precinct. Elise, you spoke with their son and people in the Haldersons neighborhood.
Yeah, John, the Halderson's son says that he helped his parents pack up the night before their trip to their cabin in Langlade County. He hasn't seen them since.
I was told they'd be home Monday or Tuesday, and Tuesday afternoon I got a little worried.
Chandler Halderson says his parents, Krista and Bart, were getting picked up by friends that Friday. They were planning to be at the cabin over the 4th of July weekend.
Apparently they did make it. I got a text on Sunday.
Halderson says after that text, he began getting worried when his calls to his mom went directly to voicemail.
That's when I got worried and I went to make a report.
Halderson says his aunt went to the cabin on Tuesday, but did not find anyone there.
Shocked. It's odd. The whole thing is just odd.
Brett Schuster lives next door to the Haldersons.
This is typically a quiet neighborhood. usually we never see anything like this or anticipate or expect to hear something like this.
One of Halderson's biggest concerns, who his parents were with when they left.
They went with their friends, but I didn't ask who their friends were, so I'm still not really sure.
While law enforcement searches for answers, the community is hoping for the Haldersons' safe return.
I hope everything works out and this, lost communication, they're up north and they pull in any minute. So thoughts and prayers to them and hope everything's fine.
I called the Langlade County Sheriff's Office today for information, and they told me that the Dane County Sheriff's Office is leading this investigation. I'm waiting to hear back from Dane County on whether or not deputies did a welfare check at that cabin in Langlade County. In DeForest, Elise Romas, NBC 15 News.
And finally, a clip from WKOW.
Authorities are still searching for a Windsor couple who have not been seen in days. 50-year-old Bart Halderson and his wife, 53-year-old Krista, were supposed to travel north last week and return home on Tuesday.
But their son tells Tony Galley his parents' whereabouts are unknown.
Bart and Krista Halderson of Windsor had plans for the 4th.
Their plans were going up with their friends and do some minor repairs on our cabin.
That cabin is some 3 hours away from Windsor on a lake in a small community in Langlade County.
Did you literally see them pulling out of the driveway heading out?
No.
Their son, Chandler Halderson, who asked to be off camera, says whoever his parents were traveling with from this neighborhood were to do the driving. He says he received a text from his mother.
She got back to me on Sunday, said they made it safely.
That's the last he's heard from his parents. Neighbor Brett Schuster's reaction to the Haldersons' disappearance.
Wow. My wife is pretty shook up too. I mean, they're a very nice couple, very nice family.
Detectives now go door to door here. While sheriff's personnel here in Dane County are checking for any and all information, the missing couple's son says law enforcement in Langlade County has checked on the family's cabin there. And he says that visit only adds to the mystery.
The sheriff said it looked like there wasn't anyone home.
Family and friends hope the Haldersons' unexpected extended time away is just that, and not a sign they're in trouble. In Windsor, Tony Galley, 27 News.
No further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Detective, you can return back to the table.
Okay, they've got a lot of short and
the
sweet.
next witness, please.
State's going to call Mary Sesto.
Short and sweet witnesses. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Morning. If you feel that you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be our preference, if you would.
Okay, sure, I can do that.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
I do know that you work in healthcare though, so if you feel more comfortable, you are allowed to leave.
Okay, no, I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
It's up to you.
I appreciate it.
Good morning. Could you please state your first and last name for the record and spell both?
Mary Sesto, Marysesto.
Ms. Sesto, how are you employed?
I work at the University of Wisconsin in the Department of Medicine.
And did you know two individuals by the name of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
How did you know them?
We've been friends since Mitchell was a baby, so 25 years.
During that 25 years, did you ever know Bart and Krista to go gambling?
No.
Tell me about their alcohol usage.
When we were with them, we would have wine with dinner, beer, but they weren't heavy drinkers.
Did you ever know them to drink tequila or gin?
No.
So you knew Bart fairly well. Was Bart one to have large amounts of cash lying about?
No.
You kind of smiled. Can you explain that?
So Bart's a CPA. He was our accountant. I'm stereotyping CPAs, but he was very conservative with his money. Undoubtedly, he bought good quality things for around the house, but it wasn't like he went out to eat at expensive restaurants or bought really expensive bottles of wine. He was conservative with his money.
All right. He's mindful. And you're married, correct?
Yes.
And was your husband also friends with the Haldersons?
Yes.
And in fact, did you guys do things together as families or couples?
Yes, we did.
What sort of things did you guys do?
Oh, watched, Badger Packer football games. We would go to the terrace. We've gone to their cabin. My husband would help Bart close his cabin pretty much every year, except for during COVID. So, I guess just general, during COVID, we would hang out at bonfires. So.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the cabin. How many times do you think you'd been to the cabin?
I think I've been there 2, possibly 3 times. I don't.
And did you, and was it usually with your husband as well?
Yes, yep, the 4 of us.
Did you both ride in the same car with Krista or something, and Bart or something else?
No, we would take our own vehicles.
Can you explain that a little?
Sure. When we went up to the cabin with them for the weekend, backing up, Bart didn't leave a lot of equipment at the cabin. So what he had at the house, so if we were going to be using a chainsaw or cleaning up stuff, he would have to take stuff with him in the car, plus food. Really not a lot was left at the cabin, all their clothes. So there's no way the 4 of us would have fit in their Subaru or my car or my husband's car with all our stuff. So we always took separate cars when we went up there as couples.
Was Bart pretty tight in his packing?
He packed well. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Did Krista have any habits of communicating to you or to anybody else, to your knowledge, when they were going to the cabin?
Yeah. So I know they had gone to the cabin earlier in June, and we knew about that. I had texted her to have fun at the cabin. I hope they had a nice time. But typically we would know when they were going to be gone. Not always, but typically, yes.
Okay. Were they more planned sort of individuals, or were they more kind of fly by the seat of your pants sort of individuals?
All planning.
Okay. Would you have considered them cautious in the sense of making sure somebody would know where they were going?
Maybe refresh it,
Dawn. At the cabin out in the middle of the woods.
Yes.
Did you know Bart and Krista a little bit as parents?
Yes.
If Krista was going to be going away and leaving Chandler for a period of time, do you know if she did anything in preparation for that?
Objection. Speculation foundation.
Perhaps lay more foundation. I'll sustain, but you can explore.
Were you aware of some of Krista's practices as a parent?
Yes.
Did she do anything specific if she was going to be away regarding food for Chandler?
She would prepare food, to my knowledge, for Chandler, for the boys, if they were going to be gone.
Do you have any specific knowledge as to their practice concerning the dogs in the cabin?
So the cabin's very dog friendly. So to my knowledge, they typically took the dogs with them. When we went with them, they would bring their dogs as well. The last time we were there, it was just one dog, but they would bring the dog with them. So.
Okay, so the jury got to see a video, kind of a long video yesterday of the cabin, and it looks like there's a lot of property.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so places a dog could run and
swim, and yes.
Okay. How often do you know anything about Krista's habits about keeping in touch with her children?
Yes.
What do you know?
So when we have been out with them, Krista typically texted. I don't know if it was Mitchell once he had moved out and away from college, but I know when Chandler was living with them that she would text them. She was always in contact with her boys. We would arrive at the cabin, and even though we drove in certain cars, she would be texting them when she got there. Krista was a very doting parent. I just don't know of a time when she was with us that she was ever out of contact with the boys.
And being up in the cabin, did you generally have cell reception?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that okay? Yes. How did you learn that Bart and Krista were missing?
So a police officer called me on Wednesday in the
Whoa, another
afternoon
one.
to say that Chaz had reported them missing. If I recall, there were several conversations that day, but if I recall correctly, asking about if I knew about the cabin. I remember saying that my husband knew how to get there. So if they needed him to give him the directions, but it was through the police officer. And then go ahead.
No, you're fine. What, if anything, did you do once you learned that they were missing?
Yeah, I texted Chaz and I emailed Mitchell.
Okay.
To offer support, see what I could do. Offered to bring Chaz food because, again, knowing Krista, that she would have left him a set amount of food. At least that's been my experience. We offered to bring him food down to the house.
Okay. And did he take you up on that offer?
He elected to come up to our house.
Okay. And where do you live in connection to the 4595 Oak Springs Circle address?
So just up the hill from them.
Okay.
So about.
So you guys are neighbors?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you remember, was it July 7th that Chandler came over for dinner?
Is that Wednesday, July 7th?
Yes.
Yes.
Tell me about that night. Do you remember about what time Chandler arrived?
It was probably somewhere around 7:45 to 8 p.m. if I remember correctly.
Okay. And how did the evening begin?
Mm-hmm.
Just, we expressed how sorry we were, how worried we were.
I think
what
you're
could we
right.
do to help. We did talk about police going to the cabin. Do you want me to state what Chandler said at this point, or how?
No, that's hearsay.
No, you're fine. Was your husband, you said we, was the we your husband?
My husband was there.
Okay.
For most of
Was
it.
he there for the entire evening?
No, he ran to grab pizza.
Okay.
But it was.
And was that pretty early on?
Probably 20 to 30 minutes, I'm guessing, after Chandler got there, because we waited to order the pizza until he was at our house.
What did you and Chandler do while your husband was out getting the pizza?
We talked. By that point, there were things that were said that just didn't align with the couple that I knew. So I went out into the kitchen to just put some distance because I was just a bit uncomfortable.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit. You said that you started to feel uncomfortable and some things were said that didn't line up.
Mm-hmm.
What was said?
So Chandler was actually trying to be very assuring that that they had taken a large roll of cash. They wanted to blow off some steam. They were going to go gamble. That they had taken a tote of booze with gin and tequila in it, which were not, as I mentioned, alcohol, as I was aware of them drinking. And that they drove with another couple. So those things just.
One and one were not equal.
No, it wasn't the people I knew.
Okay. So you said you went to the kitchen. Why did you go to the kitchen?
Because he was just the things he was saying. He was just very, what I perceived as, just emotionally flat. I don't know. I was uncomfortable. So when my husband left, I stepped into the kitchen.
So some people are kind of emotionally
Right.
flat, and that's just kind of how they present. Was that Chandler most of the time?
Not to that extent. So like that evening when he was at our house and he talked about the dogs and how he was frustrated that he expressed concern that the dogs had been locked out in the garage during the whole time that the detectives or police were there, and he got emotional that they didn't deserve that. They shouldn't be out there. So it was more so than when he spoke about his parents that I more emotionally flat. And
so he got more emotional over the dogs than his mom and dad being missing.
Yes, yes, when he talked about the dogs, there was more
Okay.
emotion.
Why do you move into the kitchen?
I just felt uncomfortable. I wanted me to be between the door and him. And again, he did not do anything that was physically concerning. I just was uncomfortable because what he was saying, it was not making sense to me.
Okay, so you put yourself between him and the door.
Correct.
And when you say door, I am
Front door.
assume the front door, the door to go outside.
Yeah.
Okay. What sort of things do you and Chandler discuss once you're in the kitchen?
I don't recall that we had a lot of discussions specific when we were in the kitchen. We kept it light. It was, I really don't recall anything that occurred there. When my husband came back, and again, I don't remember if it was before he left or when he came back, we talked about, he said that Krista had texted him on Sunday. And again, I'm sorry, I just don't remember did that occur before my husband left for pizza
that's okay.
or when he came back. But I couldn't believe that if they had left on Friday. I've never, ever known her in 25 years, once the boys were old enough, that she was out of contact from them for that length of time.
Did you and Chandler have any discussions about phones?
Oh, yes. So I was trying to be reassuring that, don't worry, because in my brain at that point, I'm thinking they're in a car wreck on the side of the road, something like that happened. And so I said that, don't worry, they can track their phones. They can look at where the location of the phone is, and hopefully that will find them. And his comment was, no, they can't do that.
Okay. And how did he say that?
Just very flat. They can't do that.
Did you talk at all about Chandler's medical concerns at that time?
Yes. So he had mentioned that because of his concussion, it wasn't clear if he had the CAT scan or was scheduled for the CAT scan, but that there was going to be a large deductible with that. And then I made the comment, and I don't know if this will make sense, but I made the comment, well, you'll be getting that large paycheck from American Family. So not exactly what you wanted to go to, but at least you have those resources. And so we had been told that Chandler had roughly a 6-month position with American Family that progressed from an internship to a paid position, but that he hadn't been getting paid and that he was going to be getting this large check. And then he made the comment that something along the lines, that didn't work out or that's not going to happen. And I was really uncomfortable with things that were being said prior to that. But I remember thinking, I just need him to leave now because I don't believe anything he said. So.
At any point that evening, were you able to observe Chandler's feet?
Oh, yes.
Specifically his big toe.
His big toe. He had asked, and this is towards the end of the evening when he was there, that he had there was a cut on his toe from some broken glass from the fireplace. He said that the dogs, they were playing ball downstairs and the dog ran in and broke the fireplace glass. And so he wanted me to look at his toe. So he took off his shoe and sock and sort of bent over and was showing me the bottom of his foot, the bottom of his toe. So, there was a small cut there.
How big would you say that cut was?
I don't know, small was more than just a puncture, but probably less than 1/8 of an inch, little round. area. It wasn't, yes.
All right. And you had talked to him about the CAT scan, and you said you work at the medical school. What's your job?
So I'm a researcher. So I'm also, my background, I'm a physical therapist, but I haven't practiced clinically for a couple decades. So
how was Chandler's movement
fine
during the evening at your house?
Fine. I noticed no
Objection.
Oh.
Can we approach?
Okay.
Bart. I mean, we did, he wanted me to look at his toes. So he took off his shoe and sock and sort of bent over and was showing me the bottom of his foot, the bottom of his toe. So, I mean, there was a small cut there.
How big would you say that cut was?
I don't know, small was more than just a puncture, but probably like less than 1/8 of an inch, little round area. It wasn't, yes.
All right. And you had talked to him about the CAT scan, and you said you work at the medical school. What's your job?
So I'm a researcher. So I'm also, my background, I'm a physical therapist, but I haven't practiced clinically for a couple decades. So
how was Chandler's movement
fine
during the evening at your house?
Fine. I noticed no
Objection. Can we approach?
Okay.
Really?
It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple, like and subscribe.
Look at his foot. He was seated in a chair. He bent fully forward, pulled his foot up, turned his head so we could both look at the bottom of his foot. I didn't see any restrictions in his motion during that, which it's full spine motion for him to do. I do not recall any restrictions in his movement or at any other time in the evening.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Esto.
Good morning.
So I'm going to sit here just for the mic situation. Can you hear me just fine?
Oh, I'm fine. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. A couple questions for you. How long would you say that you've known Brett and Krista Halderson?
I think 25 years. I believe it was when Mitch, I think it was after Mitch was born that we met him through another neighbor.
Okay. And in that time, I'm going to assume that you had a lot of one-on-one time with Krista.
Yes. I mean, yes, Krista and Bart. I mean, we did a lot with them as a couple.
So as a couple, you hung out a lot.
Yes.
You went to dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And how often would you say that you had one-on-one time with Chandler?
Just one-on-one? Let me think about that. I know, like, when we would stop over at their home, Krista would want, during COVID, Chandler to come out, say hi, catch us up on what was new in his life. But I think they were typically always, Bart and Krista were always there. Sorry, I'm just going back before COVID.
Oh.
Yeah, I think as we hung out, like we were together over Thanksgiving. I would chat with Chaz then, but there were other people in the room. So yeah, I can't think of a time where it was just me and him in a room.
So this was probably the first time that you did have that kind of interaction with Chandler.
Yes.
And would you say the same thing about interactions with Mitchell?
So yes, I mean.
So you never really had one-on-one interaction.
Oh, that's what I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct.
No, that was my fault. And as far as the small cut on the toe, did you notice anything unusual about it? The way that you described it was just a small cut.
I mean, yeah, look, yes. I mean, it wasn't, I was looking for, Chaz was concerned about signs of infection, anything like that. So I was looking for redness, oozing. It was, I said if it continued to be problematic, you could go and get it checked out. But I didn't notice anything other than he had a bigger than a puncture wound on the bottom of his toe.
And I'm going to assume you didn't notice any other types of cuts or anything that would have been concerning to you.
No, I didn't. I just looked at the bottom of his foot.
You also testified about Chandler working at American Family Insurance.
Yes.
That information was provided to you by Krista, correct?
No, I think the first time I heard of the company was when Bart, Krista, Chaz, and my husband and I were standing outside, and they had talked about he had done an internship and had gotten a paid position, but they were trying to get the payment set up. And someone asked who was the company, and so that's when it was said American Family. So I think that's the first time I heard it. It was all of us together, and I don't remember who actually said it was American Family.
Okay. And was that the first time that you heard of this job?
Yes, I had heard that he had been doing some internship, but
Oh, no.
that it had been sort of progressed to a paid position.
And then the last time, if you will, that you heard about this job was when you and Chandler were in your home in the kitchen.
The next time I heard about it, yes.
All right. No further questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes. You said that there were times that Krista would have Chandler come outside and catch you up during COVID. What sort of things did Chandler catch you up on?
Just it was mainly that night when they talked about the job. I know there was a time when he had moved back in that we chatted. It wasn't a lot of, I guess, catching up.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
May this witness be released and excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good remainder of your day. And the next witness, please.
State of Wisconsin calls Kevin Linsmeyer to the stand. So we have his ring video and then his audio recording and then the transcript.
If you are willing and believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be the preference. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell
Sounds
both
like
your
a
first
chipmunk.
and last names?
Yes, my name is Kevin Linsmeyer. First name is spelled Kevin. Last name is spelled Linsmeyer.
And Mr. Linsmeyer, how have you been employed in the past?
I was employed by the Madison Police Department,
As what?
police officer and a detective
And how long were you a police officer and detective?
for 31 years.
And do you remember roughly when you retired?
On May 3rd, 2021.
And where do you live?
I live at 105 Oak Springs Circle in DeForest, Wisconsin.
And where is 105 Oak Springs Circle in relation to the Halderson home?
It's across the street from my house, kitty corner a little bit. So, I mean, the lots do not line up perfect, but they're staggered just a little bit, but we are across the street from the Halderson residence.
And did you know Krista and Bart Halderson?
I did.
How did you know them?
So let's talk about Bart first. I've known Bart since childhood. He's from my hometown. He went to the same high school as I. We grew up 5 minutes apart or so. And then I met Bart again about 5 years ago when he moved across the street from me. And then Krista, I met through Bart. Krista was Bart's wife, and that's when I met her.
And would you just characterize your relationship with them as neighbors, or were you kind of friendly or something else?
We're neighbors. We went out to eat with them once, 3 years ago probably or so. I mean, we visited outside as neighbors would do. So I would say we're very neighborly.
Okay. And in the first week of July of 2021, what, if any, observations did you make about the Halderson home or lawn?
So the first week of July, I recall talking to my wife about that the Halderson lawn wasn't kept up, which was very unusual. They did a really nice job maintaining their lawn, very good gardeners.
I love a
and
nice lawn.
It was obvious that the lawn wasn't being cared for. So that was the first observation that we made.
Gardening was kind of a hobby for Bart, or at least you thought it was?
They were out regularly working on their lawn, planting, maintaining their plants. That was one of their hobbies. You could clearly tell they enjoyed being outside and working on their lawn.
And I heard that's a little bit competitive on your street, that everybody takes a lot of pride in their landscaping and lawn.
Yes.
As of July 7th or so of 2021, had you ever met anybody named Chandler Halderson?
I did.
Okay. And when did you meet him?
Shortly after Bart and Krista moved into the house. I know for sure I met Chandler and his brother and Bart and Krista then. I remember that distinctly, and I'm pretty sure there was at least one more time in subsequent years that I have met Chandler.
Generally speaking, though, did you socialize with Chandler?
No.
Okay. Did Chandler come to your home on July 8th of 2021?
Yes.
Do you have any security cameras of any sort at your house?
I have a Ring video on the front door of my entrance of house.
So do you remember what time did Chandler come to your home on the 8th?
It was approximately 8:30 a.m.
Okay. And what happened?
So the doorbell rang. I answered the door. I said to Chandler through the door, "I'll meet you in the garage."
Why'd you do that?
At the time, I had a very young puppy that needed to be crated. And I, didn't want to try to control the puppy and talk to Chandler at the same time. So that was the reason on why I wanted to talk with him in the garage.
Did you do anything as you prepared to go into the garage to meet Chandler?
Yes, after I created the puppy, I decided that I was going to record the contact I was going to have with Chandler. So I had my phone, I activated the recorder.
Why'd you do that?
Well, being a police officer, for many years, I felt, or I suspected something wasn't right based on my observations from the day before, where I saw 3 squad cars outside the Halderson house for an extended period of time.
Well, what do you know? A neighbor that is a police officer actually noticed some shit going down across the road. Isn't that something?
That's not something we normally see in the neighborhood, let alone for a missing person type case. Usually the officers aren't at the scene for an extended period of time. So
Or ever.
I suspected something wasn't right. I just didn't know what.
Okay. So you recorded the interaction.
I did.
And that, just to be clear, that's just an audio only recording.
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Linsmeyer, I am going to show you what has been marked as exhibits 45 and 46. What is exhibit 45?
So exhibit 45 consists of a flash drive.
And during the course of this investigation, did you provide law enforcement with your Ring video footage of Chandler?
I did.
Okay. And you provided a true and accurate copy?
I did.
At this point, I would move Exhibit 45 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
Sure.
I hate how they shut down the stream. Like, like fuck.
Sidebar Swoop, it's in your sight. Like and subscribe. Oh, don't be shy.
And like magic, it returns.
And this audio footage that we're about to hear in Exhibit 46, I assume that occurred pretty much seconds after that Ring doorbell?
Yes. I don't know if we've ever met.
An
Oh, that's what we
electric
did meet. I think we met
projector
once or twice
screen.
when- yeah, we
Now
went in
that's
person over
handy.
there. I think we met. Sorry about what's going on.
What it is, but I was wondering if your door camera.
You
picks
do
up
have
the
a ring,
road.
yeah.
Does it pick up the road?
Some, yes, some it does.
See, look,
Would you have any
canvassing the neighbourhood can be helpful.
Friday morning early before
Proctor?
6:15?
We can check. That's not a problem. Is that before
That'd be great.
6:15?
Yeah, before 6:15, kind of since Thursday midnight. Any notifications? would
Okay.
be helpful.
My wife is the one that knows how to run that, so I'll have her pull it up on the computer. So Thursday night to Friday morning.
Yeah.
Okay. You doing okay over there? That anything I can do to help you out? You need help watching the dogs or anything?
Yeah, it's
Un
gonna be
momento.
hard to leave my dogs with people.
I'm sorry, what was that?
My youngest dog was at a bad home before, so she's got to be either with me, my
Okay.
parents, or like there's my great aunt and uncle. The only people that she's okay being near.
Okay, well, if there's anything I can do to make life easier, I mean,
Appreciate
I'm
it.
retired now, so I'm around, my wife's around a lot, she still works, but especially if it's like watching the dogs or anything, if there's anything I can do to make your life easier, I'll give you my phone number. You can call me.
Great.
Okay, ready? My name's Kevin. And my phone number is 608-220-1203. I'm actually going to get your number too if I need to call you.
Let me give you a text.
That's my cell phone, yeah, so you can text it too. Oh, you can just text it to me. Okay, thank you. Yeah, if there's anything, I mean, especially for my wife and I, as you probably saw, we have a puppy. We just got a puppy. We've always had dogs. Now we have a
it's so
13-week-old
seeing it.
little work of art. But if there's anything I can do, I'm from, you know, where your dad is from the Valders area. I grew up in that area.
Oh, okay.
He's 3 years younger than me, but we went to the same high school.
So you were with my Uncle Brett?
Brett is 1 or 2 years older than me. So I don't know. I don't think I've ever talked to him. I know he used to be cross country, was he? Was he a big runner back in, I think in high school he was a runner, I think. And I don't know if I've ever talked to him. I know what he looks like, but he is 1 or 2 years older than me. But how's, you know, your family? How's your dad's family or Krista's family doing?
I haven't heard anything from my mom's family. They're kind of spread across the map. So
Do they know what's going on though?
No, I haven't talked to them before.
Okay.
I wouldn't know how to contact them. Okay. My brother might know how to contact her brother. So I
Does
think he's
Brett
met her.
know?
Yeah,
Brett knows
yeah.
him.
I'm hoping Brett can come because he'll be able to look through more things than the police are.
Yeah. Well, when Brett comes up here, if he comes up here, have him come over here. I mean, if there's anything I can do to help out with anything. I mean, I was a detective for 23 years with Madison Police Department. So I work, that's kind of stuff. I know Brett was a manager. He was a boss, but he should have a lot of experience. But, and if you have Brett's phone number, I could easily call him up. If you want to give me Brett's phone number, I'll give him a phone call and just, tell him. And actually, I think you text that to me also. Yeah, send that to me. I've always wanted to meet him because I know he was a police officer for many years. And I don't even know if he knows who I am, but when I met, your dad and Krista, he told me that Brett was a cop. I'm like, I knew that. I just didn't. He was in the military or something too. I remember.
Yeah, he was in the Army.
Yeah, I remember that also. But I'll have Lisa check the ring. I know the cops one of them came over and talked over here a little bit yesterday and asked if we saw anything, and it's like, no, not much. So.
It's too early. I haven't seen anyone up around that time anyways.
Do you, I read in the news release where the cabin is. What's
Sawyer Lake?
Sawyer Lake. Is that a cabin? A cabin. And they checked the cabin already up there?
I haven't heard what
I would hope they have the cops up there knocking on the door, checking it.
One of the 3 cops for the entire
No, that's
area.
I don't even know where Sawyer County is actually.
It's not Sawyer County, it's just Sawyer Lake.
Sawyer Lake, okay, I've heard. Okay.
County.
Langley, is that what it is?
Oh, yeah,
That's what I heard of Langley, never went to get past Green Bay, I don't know much, so. But I'll have Lisa check, I'll text you once she checks the ring, so Thursday night into Friday morning.
Yeah.
Okay. And you keep me in mind, if there's everything I'm telling you, if there's anything we can do to make your life easier, you need to reach out to us, okay?
I appreciate it.
Okay, what's your name again?
Chandler.
Chandler, okay. And you have one brother?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, when your parents moved in there, I remember meeting 2 boys. Okay, what's your brother's name?
Mitchell.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if I've met either of these since.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
I can't even remember moving all the boxes in here. Yeah, actually.
How long have you been over there for?
5 years since I graduated high school and we moved just the summer after.
So what's weird is and I didn't know this until after you moved over here, but you used to live up off of West Mohawk Trail.
Yeah.
We did too, and I had no idea. I mean, and then we lived at 933 West Mohawk Trail, and then we moved to Mohican Pass up on top of the hill.
Oh, that's where my best friend used to live.
What was his name?
Nate
Hoffman?
Hoffman.
Yeah,
Nate Hoffman.
right across the street from the Hoffmans.
Cool.
Where did they move to? Okay.
I lost touch when I moved to Plymouth.
So, and that's what your parents told me, that you moved away from that area and then moved to Plymouth and then moved back here then, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we lived, I don't know where your house was off of Mohawk, but we lived close and I had no idea, that, I remember your dad as a Cub Scout. I don't think I ever talked to him because he was younger than me, but I remember your dad and your uncle as Cub Scouts, yeah. And that's all I remember. I don't remember him much else. I know I never talked to your dad in high school. He was 3 years younger, but and your brother was older, so I don't think I ever talked to him. But it's just how weird, what a small world. And then your mom went to school with my wife at La Fala. It's like what a small world that is. So
it's crazy.
So okay. Call me though if you need anything, okay? Okay.
If you could think of anything, give me a ring, or if you find just from my law enforcement background, the best thing you can be doing is being in constant contact with the detective that's assigned to the case.
if I was you, I would be lighting this phone up. What's going on? Where are things at? You know, just being in constant contact. They're gonna, if they're doing their job the way I would be doing it,
Some ice cream accidentally fell out of the freezer. I had to rescue it.
they already reached out wherever the Sawyer Lake is. They would have had the cops check, check in the area. You gave them the address where the cabin was? Okay. I can assure you that they're doing what they can on their end, but I would be calling that cop up, 2-3 times a day. Saying, hey, what's going on? Or encouraging the cop to call you
the
2-3 times a day until, this is figured out. And I didn't know your parents real well. I talked to them. I knew your dad a little bit. I would say hi to him and we would wave, but it's not like we were real close. We just weren't, so. But that's about all you can really do. And,
salted caramel.
I'm not a big social media person at all. Don't know much about it. But were your parents big in social media?
Okay. It's not helping finding him.
Okay.
So.
When was your and your parents' workplaces have been contacted already?
Yep.
Okay.
I tried to contact my dad's, but his place is so locked down, it's hard to even talk to a real person.
No, and the officers know where your parents work?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're doing trust me, they're doing what their jobs are. So that should all be covered. And then I would, just stay in contact with the cops. They're going to probably ask for more information. If they have questions from you, answer the questions. Be in whatever you can do of assistance. Is your other brother, your older brother? Has he been, the officers talked to him?
Yeah, they went to his house.
Okay, that's good. That's really good. Does Krista have any relatives around here? No.
Just my dad. And I've contacted his side, aunt and uncle, his brother.
Oh, really?
Nieces.
Yum.
Okay, good.
Can't. Oh,
Okay.
my grandparents. I'm pretty sure they're in the loop now too, but they haven't heard it.
Caramel
Sure.
crunch sundae. Yum.
Okay.
Has it got like honeycomb in it?
Just work with the detective as much as possible. Do you know who the detective is that's assigned?
It's on a card in my dining room.
Once you call them, ask them, are you the detective assigned, or do you mind if I continue calling you for updates? Because what's going to happen is yesterday I saw 3 squads here.
Yeah.
Okay, so not all 3 people are going to be assigned the case. One person gets assigned the case because the other 2, most of the time, they're patrol officers or detectives. They have other cases they have to work on, but one person will be assigned the case. Find out who that one person is, and that's who you're going to call. That's who you're going to communicate with. You don't want to communicate with 3 different people because you're going to get the runaround because those 3 people don't communicate with each other because they're all doing their own thing. You need that one person that's the head of the case. So that's who you want to stay in contact with. But there's all you can do is wait, pray, hope for the best. Has this ever happened before? Anything like this?
Not like this long of not hearing from them. That's why I went to the police. So.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did. I'm really glad you did.
So, yeah.
I'm really glad you did. Did the police ask you, do they have passports? Did they ever travel
I don't
out of
know
the
if
country?
they have passports with them. I can't get in our safe. I don't have the codes for safes.
Okay.
And that's where we keep them is
Okay.
safe.
That's the stuff that they're going to check. And the cops have a way of checking to see if they got on airplanes. There's a way of them doing that. So there's things they can be doing on their end that I'm sure they are because that's what they do. So okay. Keep me in mind though, if there's anything I can be doing to help out, especially with the dogs, just keep me in mind with that. We have no plans with this puppy. We have no plans till later this year, so we're not going anywhere with the puppy. Okay?
I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank
I'll
you.
drop you a text once my wife looks at the ring, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Linsmeyer, is the person that you talked to in your garage, Chandler Halderson, in the courtroom today?
I'm
At this
sorry.
point,
Could you repeat that?
The question asked if you would be able to recognize the person you talked to. Before following up with that, I would ask everyone not in the jury box to lower their masks for a brief count of 3 so that the witness can observe everyone's faces. Thank you. Please replace your masks. Go right ahead, Attorney Raymond.
Do you see the person that you talked to that by the name of Chandler Halderson in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you identify him by where he's seated and maybe describe the color of his shirt?
Yeah, he's seated in front of me to my right slightly, wearing a blue shirt, dark tie, and a dark blazer jacket.
And I know that audio was kind of long, but at the beginning, the defendant asked 2 questions. If you had cameras and what they pointed to. Is that fair?
Yes.
And did you notice any disability or limitations on the defendant's movements that morning?
I did not.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released from a subpoena.
Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations on your retirement. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day. Does the state have another witness that would take us up to the noon hour, or?
I think this would be a good break. Otherwise, we'll go far beyond it. So
Okay.
it would be a good lunch break.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the weather's a little bit more questionable. It may be a little bit slower for lunch today, and plus you'll probably be hitting places pretty close to the noon hour. So we'll resume at 1:15. I want to give you a little extra time because of the weather. That gives you plenty of time if you're leaving the building to go up there safely. Don't slip. Be cautious, leave your notebooks, and again, don't discuss the case with anyone or unintentionally observe or hear any information about the case. No research, no discussions amongst yourselves. Have a good, safe lunch, and we'll see you at 1:15. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is James Langer, the digital content manager for Channel 3.
Bye-bye.
You asked to provide the Dane County Sheriff's Department some camera footage from your house from the early part of July, between maybe July 1st, all the way through maybe the 8th or so at some point this summer.
Yes, on July 7th, I heard that they were missing, and I had my husband approach the police officers and volunteer the cameras.
Sure. And did you and your husband cooperate fully in turning over your camera footage to the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, we allowed them to actually log into our system, and they could retrieve any and all footage they needed.
And to your knowledge, time and date and things like that were all normal and normally operated on those camera systems?
Yes, on those dates.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 49. And you feel around. Is that a USB drive in there? Feels like?
Yes.
Okay. And exhibit number 542. What does the photograph on exhibit number 542 show?
My driveway.
Sure. That is your driveway?
Yes.
Okay. I would move in exhibit 49. In the past, you've been told that the Dane County Sheriff's Office were able to download your video footage and put it on USB drives, essentially, for trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'll move exhibits number 49 and 542 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Those are received.
Ms. Bennett, fair to say you know nothing at all about this investigation other than what you just said, right?
Correct. I've never even looked at the footage on the cameras from the system designed by my son.
And did you know the Haldersons very well?
I met her once when I was walking my dog and just said hello.
So you just provided video footage?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released from her subpoena.
He's lovely.
Thanks so much for your time. Have a good rest of your day.
Aw. Not. You're all set.
State will now call Joelle Lockwood.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without wearing a mask would be the preference if you could. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
Joelle Lockwood, JoelleLockwood.
And Ms. Lockwood, what location do you work out of?
111 Oak Spring Circle, DeForest, Wisconsin.
And the
DeForest.
person who just testified, Miss Bennett, is that your sister?
Yes.
And you work out of her home, essentially?
Yes.
On July 8th of 2021, did you answer the doorbell and correspond with a young man about camera systems?
Yes.
And that was captured by some Ring doorbell footage?
Yes.
And I assume you didn't know this young man?
No.
Exhibit 50. Just to show you. It's a thumb drive or USB of the Ring doorbell footage. I would move exhibit 50 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
None.
It is received.
Do you remember about what time of day this was?
About 3 o'clock.
Do you wish to publish at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You should be able to see what will be shown on the screen in front of you.
Jesus Christ.
Hi, my name is Chandler Halderson. I live just down the road.
Oh, yes.
You're the one with all of the police.
Yeah.
I was told you had the fancy security system. I was wondering if you were able to capture the road or my house.
The police actually came and downloaded everything they have. But it's actually my sister's house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they were here, I think till like 9 o'clock last night and downloaded all the video she's got. So we're hoping that...
Yeah, did it capture anything on...
We don't know. We don't know. They just took a copy of everything, and so we're hoping...
Wide angle lens?
Yeah, and it's all...
Be able to get a
yeah, and it's all HD, and then I think there's one...
especially in the dark, it looks like it has a little bit of night vision.
Yeah, and there's one on the corner of the garage, too. I don't know if that one quite goes that direction, but...
Maybe see this road in case it goes.
Yeah, so hopefully, I mean, we gave them everything that we had, so we're hoping they find something on there.
Yeah. Very good.
All right, thank you.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Teresa,
None,
you
thank
are.
you.
May this witness be excused
You are
and
just
released?
too lovely.
Yes. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest of your day.
I think so.
I just got onto Christine's live stream.
Stay called Kathy Schuster. You're gonna follow that gentleman. Okay.
You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give the whole truth and nothing
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be the preference.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell out your name for us?
It's Catherine Schuster, Kathryn. Last name Schuster, Schuster.
And ma'am, if I may ask, where do you live?
4599 Oak Spring Circle in DeForest.
Sure. How long have you lived
In
there?
the forest?
A
Or
little
amongst
over
the
4
trees?
years, I think, approximately.
Just gonna ask you some questions
Sorry.
first about your neighborhood. Okay.
Oh, sure.
What
What kind of neighborhood is it? Is it a residential? Is it out in the country? Tell me about that.
It's a residential neighborhood on a little pond.
Do you live on the pond?
Yes.
What kind of things do people do on the pond?
Right now, they're ice fishing or paddle boating or canoeing or probably about it.
Were there fish in the pond?
Oh, yeah, definitely fishing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know a couple by the name of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
How did you know them?
They were my next door neighbors to the west of me.
Okay.
And they moved in, I think, approximately 6 months prior to my family moving in.
And when you say you knew them, how well did you know them?
Well, I knew Bart better than Krista. Krista was a little more reserved. Bart, definitely talked a little bit more. I always saw him outside throwing the frisbee for his dogs and fishing. And my husband and Bart would text sometimes or talk, and so I knew him as well, neighborly.
I think you alluded to some of it. Bart would be out fishing or be in the yard with the dogs. What type, is that the extent of it, or are there other things you'd see the Haldersons outside doing?
Sometimes they would have a bonfire.
Okay.
They did a lot of lawn work. They really made their yard very beautiful. They did a lot of different things to it. So they always were doing a lot of yard work.
Sure. And your neighborhood, do people take care of their lawns?
Yes.
Okay.
Very, everybody is very particular about their lawns.
Does it at times feel like maybe there's a little bit of a competition between people on who does it best?
Sure. Yeah, definitely. If you're behind, you better get your yard mowed or your leaves picked up.
Okay. Where do you rank in this lawn contest?
My husband's pretty, I don't rank too high personally, but my husband definitely is, for example, him and Bart kind of had a thing where like Bart would mow and then my husband would be like, oh, Bart mowed, I better mow, or vice versa. That would happen.
Sounds good. Did you know the Halderson boys at all? Their children, Chandler and Mitchell?
No. I had seen them. I had not seen Mitch as much as I had seen Chandler, but I'd only interacted with, or I have only interacted with Chandler twice since they lived there.
Okay. In early July of last year, so after the 4th of July weekend, maybe going into the 7th, 8th, that time period, at some point, did Chandler come over to your house?
He did.
Now, do you have any security cameras at your house?
We do.
And were those full functioning and operational the day that Chandler came over?
Yes, they were.
At times, do you turn the security cameras off?
Yes, I did.
Why do you turn the security cameras off?
Sometimes I turn the notification. Well, I didn't turn the camera off. I turned the notifications off so that if there was a large influx of packages coming, then my husband wouldn't get like all the notifications.
Sure.
He was at work.
Yeah.
I think that scheme's being pulled on me right now. But, so you had a camera system. Sometimes you turn the notifications off, and the footage would maybe go away eventually. But Chandler came over one of those days.
Right.
And did you talk to him outside, or did you invite him inside?
I invited him in.
So if your security camera picked up anything that day, it would have just been that brief ring of the doorbell, pleasantries, and then inviting him inside?
Yes,
Okay. And did you provide that footage to Dane County Sheriff's deputies? Did your family when asked in this case?
I did.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 52. Just a feel around. It feels like a USB drive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that'd be consistent with someone's video footage kind of being transferred over for court, right?
Sure, I would
All right.
imagine so.
I'll move 52 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
For the court record, I'll move 53, not to be published.
Any objection to 53?
No.
It is received.
And I'll move to publish 52.
You may publish. What's going to be seen, you'll be able to see on the screen in front of you, rather than needing to strain your neck.
Oh, sure. Okay,
I should say
thank
the
you.
monitor, but-
I get it. Thank you.
It's kind of difficult to track them down, so I was hoping anyone would have like security cameras and stuff like that.
We do for you guys, okay?
Thank you.
Take care of things.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. So that showed essentially Mr. Halderson showing up and then him leaving when your camera again gets activated by his movement.
Correct.
All right. And you have any reason to doubt that the time on the bottom there and the date of July 8th around 8:30 to 8:36, that sound about right to you?
Yes. I thought he came over at 8:08 and
8:08.
left 18 minutes later.
Sure. About a 18 to 20 minute conversation.
Yes.
Nothing that was inside was recorded, of
No.
course. Okay. Let me ask you some questions about
Sure.
that, though. When Mr. Halderson first came in, what did he tell you?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Yeah, what did he tell you was going on when he first came in your home?
Well, he didn't, he just came in, he took his shoes off and I said to him, I'm not very tech savvy. It's going to take me a minute, to pull up the cameras and see what we have. And he came in, he sat down on the floor against one of our like oversized chairs. And then, my dog went up to him and I sat next to my dog and I proceeded to look at the footage. I don't recall him saying anything at that time.
Sure. Did he talk about anything in your house for that 18
Yes.
minutes? Tell me about it.
Well, I asked him some questions. So I believe while I was looking up some of the footage, I had made a reference to Minecraft, which is because it was on the TV, which is probably irrelevant, and then, that was just a brief conversation. And then I found the footage and I said, unfortunately the camera was off from 6:02 to, I believe it was, 6:30 to 7:02, which was June 30th to July 2nd. And then again, it was on the 3rd, off again the 4th to the 7th. And then, so he's like, okay, well, most cameras don't go to the road. Just thought I'd check. And then I said to him, so your parents, why didn't your parents take their car? And he said, well, a couple picked them up Friday morning, which would have been July 2nd, prior to me getting up at 6:15, they were gone. And I said, oh, okay. And you don't know who they went with? And he said, no, I've called all their friends. I don't know. They didn't go with anybody. And maybe it was one of my dad's clients. You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he said, well, they took my parents' computer today. But they're not gonna. They didn't take my dad's computer. He has a high security job, and they weren't able to take that. And I said, "Oh, I'm sure they'll get a subpoena to get that computer." And he's like, "Wow, they'll never get into that computer. It's just too high tech." And I said, "Well, I think they will. Basically, the police will get into it." And then I just asked him about debit cards. I just said, are they looking at their debit card records, to see where they've been or whatnot? And he said, no, they don't use debit cards when they go up north. They always take cash because they don't have any sliders. And I said, okay. And then
Sliders and meaning like a credit
he
card
referred
machine.
to it as sliders, but yeah, I took that to mean debit card machines or credit card machines.
Did you ask him about his parents' phones and tracking them?
I did. Next I said, well, what about their phone records? Are they looking at their phone records? And he said, no, they can't get their phone records unless they have a dead body. And I said, well, they'll definitely subpoena those. I'm sure it'll take some time. I don't know if that's the right verbiage, subpoena, whatever, but it'll take some time, but they'll absolutely be able to get phone records. And, and then he said, well, I think the person down the street has some high security cameras. And I said, oh, do you mean Kelly? And he said, who? And I just said, the person that lives in the blue house down the street. He said, I think I'll have to visit her. And then I think that was the majority of the conversation. Besides that, I said, he got up. I said, you're going to be so happy when they pull in your driveway. You're just going to be so happy and it'll be okay. And he said,
completely different.
I'm going to give him an earful. I'm angry. We're all really angry.
Yes, I saw you've got.
And I said,
700 and something now. Now, did you know that at 500 you can? I think you can start the super chats and what do you call it? Memberships, super stickers, super chats, and memberships. I think at 500 subscribers. So. But it's really, really hard to set up. You need to get someone that you trust to help you set it up because there are so many things in the background that you've got to make sure go together. Because if you don't set it up right the first time, when you do monetize, you won't get paid properly. So, yeah, it's got to be done right. And then when you do get monetized, there's another 10 things you have to do to add on to start up a stream. Ridiculous.
well, no, you know what I mean? Like when your child goes missing and you're mad they ran away, but you're really just really happy you found them. And he said, no, the whole family's just very angry and we're all going to give him a earful.
They're laying foundation, I think, for.
I asked if I could help with his dogs too. And during this conversation, sometime he said no. And I said, okay, well, anything we can do, either we're praying for you or we're thinking about you. One of those things I would say. I
only someone that you trust, though, Christine. 120% trust.
And then I watched him walk
just a little bit
in the direction of the neighbor across the street.
You said when he came in your house, where did he sit again?
On the floor against. We have a big oversized chair. And I had pulled the ottoman out. It's an oversized ottoman. And I had pulled that out so he could sit on the chair. But he may have felt more comfortable on the floor. And he sat on the floor with his back against the ottoman. Or not the ottoman, the chair.
Did he seem to you to have any physical trouble getting up and down?
Not that I noticed.
What was his demeanor like or his effect when he was telling you these things about maybe his parents being gone?
It's hard to describe. I would guess kind of a quiet nature. I would say like would appear to be down, maybe. Yeah,
Police contacted you at some point, I would imagine,
they did.
and you've been cooperative all the way through with the police, helping them out with video and talking to them about your conversations?
Yes.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
She may be.
Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
assistance and
Thank
have
you.
a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Put my tissue going. I hate that. I'm losing shit left, right, and center.
Oh, okay. Deputy Wilk, who's who the state's going to call.
Aha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth?
Good afternoon, Deputy. If you are able to safely and responsibly testify without your mask, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Counsel.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name, both first and last for the record, and spell both first and last?
Michael Wilk. It's Michaelwilk.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Dane County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff.
And what's are your job responsibilities?
I work a task force position. Within that position, I may be assigned to multiple divisions throughout the sheriff's office, including the bailiff's office, field patrol responsibilities, security in the jail, conveyances, and from time to time, I also am pulled for special assignments, which I was in this case.
And what was your assignment in this case?
My assignment in this case was to assist with video review, as there was a great deal of video that was brought in.
And specifically, were you asked to look at the video from a witness named Kelly Bennett's house, which was 111 Oak Springs Circle in DeForest, Wisconsin?
I was.
And how many hours of that video do you think you watched?
It was approximately it was 7 days worth of video, 24 hours in a day. So you can do the math. It was a great deal of video.
So you were the lucky
Me too.
person assigned to watch every minute of that video.
Yes, I was.
It's a
And
comment.
what were you looking for when you watched it?
I was looking for all general activity that could be observed from the address on Oak Springs. I believe it's 4595, if I'm not mistaken.
So the 111 Oak Springs video shows at least a portion of the 4595 house and driveway.
Yes, that is correct.
During the course of this investigation, is it your understanding that this video was then edited just to show the moments in time where where a vehicle or person arrived and departed from the location?
Yes, that is correct.
And you've had a chance to preview this video.
Yes, I have.
And were all the vehicles and persons that you saw arriving and departing from the Halderson home captured on this compilation video?
Yes, they were, with the exception of law enforcement vehicles on the 7th, because as there were numerous of them, those were not included in video.
Sure. Those didn't have any investigative leads since you knew
No, they did
who
not.
they were. And during the course of this investigation, were you able to identify what vehicles were assigned or associated to the Halderson home?
Yes, I was.
And I know you review lots of videos with lots of different vehicles. I assume you don't have license plates, makes and models memorized.
No, I do not.
Instead, you detail them in a report that you could review later.
Correct.
If I were to show you a report that you wrote in association with this case, would that help refresh your recollection as to the make and model of the vehicles associated with the Halderson home?
Yes, it would.
It's 1688 of discovery. associated with the Halderson home?
Correct.
What was the make and license plate of the first vehicle?
The first vehicle was a Subaru Outback premium sport utility truck. License plate number was 34269 Union.
And who was that registered to?
That was registered to Bart Halderson.
What was the second vehicle associated with the Halderson home?
Second vehicle was a Volvo V70 station wagon, license plate number 34270 Union.
And who was that car registered to?
That vehicle was registered to Chandler Halderson.
And was there a third vehicle associated with the Halderson home?
Yes, there was.
And what was that vehicle?
That vehicle was a Subaru Forester 2.5X premium sports utility with a license plate number of 718 Victor Edward Robert.
And who was that vehicle registered to?
That vehicle was registered to Dulce Melander. I may not pronounce her name correctly.
And in the course of this investigation, did you learn that was the defendant's girlfriend's mom?
Yes, I did.
So that was the car the girlfriend presumably drove?
Correct.
State would now move to publish Exhibit 49 to the jury, the compilation video. Can we pause it just for a second? So Deputy, there's two boxes here.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that part of the video is enhanced to really look at the driveway that we want to look at?
Yes, the portion of video in the upper right-hand corner is the true view of the camera as you would see it if you were to watch it without enlarging any portion of it. The bottom portion is an enlarged portion of the area that captures the front driveway and front entryway of 4595 Oak Springs Circle.
All right, thank you. So fair to say on July 1st at 7:30, a Volvo departs.
Yes, that is correct.
And now we're looking at July 1st at 5:13 p.m. A Volvo enters the driveway. And then at 8:16 p.m., a Volvo departs the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
And then about 15 minutes later at 8:29, the Volvo arrives.
Correct.
Again. And then July 2nd at 7:02, the Halderson Subaru departs.
Yes.
And that same vehicle appears to arrive at 7:31 a.m.
Correct.
fuck?
And then the labels do continue the rest of the video. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
What is going on with my? Something's going on with my computer. The fuck? Can't even get my mouse to work. It's going spastic. Stop. Hey. I don't know what's going on. I just have to shut this. Oh my God, I can't even. Can't. My mouse won't even like allow me to shut anything down. Like, fuck. Mm. Right, I think I've shut everything that's StreamYard down now. I had no idea what was going on. I might actually just refresh this page just before I open everything back up again. One momento. All right, now let me see if we can open up. Now, where was I? Sorry about that. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll what the fudge? fuck? Why won't it show me my history? It's not- Apparently, I didn't watch this today. Oh my god. I have to go back into my playlists because I saved all of his trial in a playlist. Yes, you can say it. Except I've got so many of the goddamn things. I've got so many of them hidden. Like I've downloaded entire cases into hidden playlists so I can access them whenever I want. There it is. I can see them, but you can't. And then I can just pick and choose what information like which channel I watch, because I'll find a couple of different places where it's streamed. Okay, come on. Day 2. We're on day 2. Hello, today, Judah.
And then July 2nd at
Oh my
7:02,
God.
the Halderson Subaru departs.
Yes.
And that same vehicle appears to arrive at 7:31 a.m.
Correct.
You're different.
And then the labels do continue the rest of the video. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Seventh. Oh, sorry, 2nd. You got your I always forget your dates. So the incident happened on the 1st. So this is the day after in the evening. But he doesn't report them missing until the 7th of July. Yeah, because then he gets arrested on the 9th. So this is them showing Chandler's movements, I'm assuming. It's a Subaru. He's driving their car, yeah? Kind of, yeah. I have no idea what was going on. Maybe I had too many tabs open. So far, so good. Ha. Have you seen Simmy recently, Jenny? I like that. Right. So we're watching him take the trash out now. I suppose that's probably relevant. Okay. True crime metrics. Not sure, Tricia. Not sure. Possibly. They need to run some commentary with this. It's like
Okay. And that was the full compilation video, Deputy?
Yes, that is correct.
So on July 2nd, we don't see any vehicles arriving or departing between midnight until after 7 a.m. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
And I just wanted to point out one thing. On July 7th, according to that video, there was a white vehicle that pulled in. Then the Subaru pulled in. It looked like there was a little bit of interaction. And then the white vehicle pulled out.
Correct.
Were you made aware later that that was about an air conditioning quote?
Yes, something of that nature, or the general contractor that was doing work at the house.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
You can be excused but not released.
Excused from today, but not yet released from your subpoena, so don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Thank you much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State of Wisconsin calls Brett Halderson to the stand.
Tell us your further testimony about this matter.
Good afternoon. If you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without wearing a mask, it would be our preference if you could. Thank you so much, sir. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
My name is Brett Halderson, B-R-E-T-T, last name Halderson, H-A-L-D-E-R-S-O-N.
I'm going to ask you to grab the base of the microphone.
Uncle?
You can sit comfortably. That you can pull up closer. The fans are on right now, so it's becoming a little bit harder to hear, folks. Thank you.
Brett, your last name is Halderson. Were you related to Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes, Bart is my brother.
Were you the older brother, the younger brother?
I'm an older brother by about 4 years.
So you knew Bart his entire life.
Yes,
And you knew Krista, Chandler, and Mitchell as well?
yes.
What was your relationship like with Bart, Krista, and the kids?
General good relationship with them. We would have family get-togethers at holidays. We would talk over the phone occasionally, maybe send an occasional text message back and forth.
And how would you describe Bart and Krista as parents towards Mitchell and Chandler?
They were good parents, very nurturing. Krista was very involved with her children. I know it was mentioned like helicopter mom, but she was very attuned to everything that they were into. They were supportive in that anything they were involved in with school, with swimming. They were lifeguards. They promoted those things. They got them through Boy Scouts. Boy Scouts was very big in our family, and that followed through with them and raising their boys.
Okay. How did you learn about your brother and his wife being missing?
I believe the information went to my aunt and uncle, was referred over to my parents, and my parents gave me a call.
And Brett, just to put this in some context, what did you do as a career?
I worked as a police officer, a deputy chief for the Menasha Police Department.
What did you do upon hearing that Bart and Krista were missing?
Initially, my first impression as statistically, they probably were out of phone range. Everything would be fine, and we would probably locate them or have communication with them within the next couple hours. So at that time, I believe I made a phone call to them just to see if I could get a hold of them, try to get things straightened out as soon as I could.
What is the next thing you decided to do after that in regards to them being missing?
After that, I believe just to get more information, I made phone contact with Chandler just to see where they were expected to be, what was going on with their life, where they were going, and I guess to find out the different avenues where we'd be able to make contact with them.
And what did you learn from Chandler?
He had mentioned that they were going up north. I think the big piece of information that was valuable was that they had left with an unknown person or couple. I think the male was believed to be a Dan, and left in that person's vehicle. And with that information, I prompted him to, try to find out who this Dan might be. I did even mention about finding if the neighbors across the street had a ring camera that may have got in that vehicle and a license plate that would be able to help us identify the person.
Did Chandler seem to take your advice, and was he able to answer your questions?
Yes. Yes. Matter of fact, he had gone across the street, and then shortly after speaking with Mr. Kevin Linsmeyer, I received a phone call from Kevin Linsmeyer saying that he was over there, and just wanted to make sure that I was aware of everything that was going on.
Okay. What did you do next as Bart and Krista continued to be missing?
I know I had the opportunity to speak with sheriff's deputies and then later the investigators, and I guess afforded them any information I could, as well as gathering pictures for, lost people, a poster, getting anything that we could to help find them.
Are you, during this time period, are you in pretty frequent contact with Chandler?
I believe multiple times a day, yes.
Okay. Are you learning any more pieces to the story throughout your contact with Chandler?
As we spoke, and I guess was prodding for more and more information, he did reveal that there was health problems. I was aware of my brother having psoriasis and some arthritis related to that, but he did bring up the information that Krista had some type of cancer that he was recently made aware of, as well as, I believe, the small stroke. And with that, it opened up the possibility that they may have gone somewhere to receive treatment for that, and maybe just hadn't been giving that information to the family because they wanted to keep that personal.
Okay. During the course of all these different discussions you're having with Chandler, at any point does he float the idea to you that perhaps they're out drinking somewhere?
I don't believe that ever came up, no.
Does he ever explain to you that they took a bunch of tools and a large amount of cash to the cabin?
I believe he mentioned the tools and the cash as far as going up to the cabin to do some repairs, yes.
Did he mention the possibility of a casino trip to you?
He did not mention anything about a casino, and I'm not familiar with my brother or Krista ever visiting casinos for entertainment.
With your brother being a CPA, did it seem likely to you whether or not he'd have a large amount of cash on hand in a safe in his home?
Knowing my brother, I've never known him to have a large amount of cash on his person or in his home. He would have kept that, I would believe, more secure.
And he believed in investments. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention now to some of the other things that you knew or may not have known about Chandler. What did you think Chandler was doing as far as schooling?
I believe he was a student at the Madison Area Technical College, or the Madison College. I believe it's changed how it's referred to.
And did you ever talk to him about like what sort of classes he was taking or anything like that?
I know Bart had mentioned in the past that he was involved in solar energy. At a holiday when we had gotten together, Chandler had mentioned that he was doing something with IT security, and he was in a class where their first assignment was to write a kind of a Trojan program that could be placed on a server somewhere, sent via email, that would, once placed either by request or automatically, would send information from that server back to them. And that was done as a learning skill for an IT person.
Okay. What did you think Chandler was doing as far as work?
I believed he was doing an internship at American Family.
Did you know of any more details as to what he was doing there or anything?
In talking with Bart, I believe it was something dealing with IT services, nothing more beyond that.
What, if anything, did you know about Chandler's potential concussion?
I was not aware of any concussion. Up until when I was speaking with him after Bart and Krista were found missing, he did bring that up as a point where he wasn't able to drive long distances or shouldn't be going out far, in his vehicle driving. But before their disappearance, I was not aware of any concussion.
Have you ever went scuba diving with your nephew Chandler?
Yes.
How many times?
English is terrible.
I'm a scuba instructor. I was able to talk my brother into having him and his two sons trained or certified in scuba diving. I think it was in September of 2019. They had come up to my house. I live in the outside of Appleton in the Hilbert area. They had done the online training. We did a pool session, and then we did an open water session. Actually, enough dives to get them certified as scuba divers.
So in two locations, in a lake or some body of water and in the pool.
Yes.
So 2 times.
Well, yeah, at the pool and open body of water. Yep, and all within the same weekend.
Okay. Did you and Chandler ever have discussions about police diving?
I believe at some holiday family get-together after he was certified, he had broached the topic of what it takes to become a public safety diver. At that time, we discussed back and forth that it usually happens if you're part of a law enforcement agency or potentially on a fire department that has a dive team. And those were usually the 2 main ways of getting on a dive team. And then occasionally you'll find a civilian formed public safety dive team.
And how would you know that information?
I'm currently on the Calumet County dive team. I was on the Winnebago County dive team when I was working for the Menasha Police Department. I'm also a public safety diver instructor, so I work with numerous dive teams.
And to your knowledge, was Chandler ever on a rescue dive team associated with any law enforcement?
No, he was not.
What about the DNR? Was he on anything to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Halderson, when was the last time you talked to your brother, Bart?
It would have been the morning of July 1st.
Is there any reason you remember that date?
Because that's my birthday. Our family makes it a ritual of contacting each other on our birthdays. And that was the phone call that he had made to me that morning.
Is that the last time you spoke to your brother?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Halderson. Do you need a glass of water or anything? We can take a break if you need something.
I should be good for now.
And I just have a couple questions for you. Thank you. To confirm, you said that you live just outside of Appleton?
I live in Hilbert, Wisconsin. Yep.
Okay, but not in Dane County, Wisconsin.
No, no.
How often would you say you did come over to Dane County to visit Bart and Krista?
It was not very frequently that we were down there. They were very COVID conscious. So when COVID was around, they had not been up by us. They had not hosted any events. I visited them last September of 2020, where Bart and I had gone out scuba diving at Devil's Lake. And before that was probably sometime in earlier 2019.
How about just regular phone conversations with Bart or Krista? How often would you say you did that?
Very rarely would I have a phone conversation with Krista. With Bart, believe it was every couple of months, every 3 months, maybe we'd have a conversation while I was out walking the dogs, and I would either just have a desire to speak with him, or I had a text question, and it would be an opportunity to speak with him.
And as far as the information that you provided to Chandler about what he should do, is it fair to say that you were providing that information because of your prior experience in law enforcement, or something that you would have provided regardless?
I guess I provide anything to help find my brother and his wife.
But I guess, and I apologize, what I was getting at is telling Chandler to go seek out rig footage or to talk to neighbors. Is that something that perhaps was a little easier for you to suggest because of your experience in law enforcement?
Maybe I was more aware of it because of my experience in law enforcement, but just knowing camera systems and knowing that sometimes they're not kept more than 24 hours, 48 hours or longer. And I wasn't aware of what Dane County was doing at the time. I thought it just would be prudent to try to preserve any information that would potentially have a license plate of a vehicle that stopped there that day.
Sure, and that's exactly why you provided that information
Yes.
for Chandler. As far as Krista's family, are you aware she's close to her family? Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You can answer if you know.
I know she has brothers and sisters throughout the United States. I know she was very, very close with her mother while her mother was alive.
I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
Any redirect?
No further questions.
May Mr. Halderson be released and excused?
He may.
Thank you, sir, for your time today. We could take up one more witness if it's of the same length of time.
Sure. It's going to call Jay Gilbertson to the stand.
Ooh. I thought we would have had an answer by now.
Sir, if you are willing and believe you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference at this time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name, both first and last, for the record?
Jay Gilbertson, first name Jay, second name Gilbertson.
Where do you live, Mr. Gilbertson?
Could you, I have a little trouble hearing, can you?
Oh, sure. Yep, yell at me if I'm not loud enough. Where do you where did you reside in July of 2021?
In DeForest, right next door to the Haldersons,
Okay.
to the west.
And did you know Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes,
Just as neighbors or anything more?
pretty much just neighbors, cordial, how you doing in the backyard type stuff. Never at their house, inside their house, never did anything with them, just that kind of cordial relationship.
Sure. Before the events of Bart and Krista going missing, did you know Chandler Halderson?
I may have seen them, but I'm not sure I knew the two brothers apart, which one was Mitchell and which one was Chandler. I know I've waved to the boys at least one or two times.
Okay. And on July 8th, do you happen to you end up having a conversation with Chandler Halderson? Is that true?
That is true.
What was the nature of that conversation?
He stopped over about 8:30, I think, in the morning. He said, "Hi, I'm Chandler." I'm paraphrasing. I said, "Hi." I said, "It's really weird about your parents." He goes, "Yeah." And I said, it's, I asked him something about the people that he went with, or the people that they went with, and were they missing too? He said not necessarily, or he didn't know. He talked about sending a friend or a relative to his parents' cottage to look for him. And he also asked if we had a security camera or surveillance equipment, and I said, no, we didn't.
Okay, did you have any discussion at all about a neck brace?
I did ask him, I said, are you the one that fell down and had a neck brace, or was that your brother? And he said, no, it was me. And I said, oh, don't have to wear it, I guess, or something like that.
And was he wearing it on the 8th?
No.
And you said you had a discussion with him about the other couple. Did you mean the couple that supposedly had picked up Bart and Krista?
Right. I said, well, have you heard from them? Are they missing too? And he said no, or not that he knows of, or something along those lines. And he said, I said, well, if they're missing, how are your parents going to get back from the cabin, or something along those lines? And he said he didn't think they were with them, or they were coming back, or it was kind of vague.
Do you remember telling detectives in connection with this investigation that Chandler had told you that the other couple might have just continued on with their trip?
Yes.
Did that make any sense to you?
No. I'd never seen Bart or Krista get in the car with anybody else.
And what was Chandler Halderson's demeanor like during this conversation with you?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was Mr. Halderson Chandler's demeanor like during this conversation with you?
It was a little, maybe not nervous, because I can't really tell. I'd only never spoke with him, but maybe a little nervous or detached, or not all the way tuned in. As soon as I said some other people might have surveillance cameras in the neighborhood, he said, well, he was going to go talk with them. And then he just left, turned around, and I said, I think we said something like, good luck.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Just to be clear, Mr. Gilbertson, you've never spoken with Chandler Halderson before that day, correct?
I do not think so. Again, I don't know. I didn't really know the names of the two brothers. I might have said hi, but it was never a long conversation.
And when you say you never saw Krista or Bart get into a car with other people, it's fair to say you're not watching them all the time, correct?
No, absolutely not.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused and released from his subpoena?
Yes.
Sir, thank you for your time
All
today.
done.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
That takes us to a 90-minute mark, folks. So I think it's a good point to take our afternoon break, and we'll see you back here just before 3 o'clock.
All right, for the jury.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is James, the digital content manager for Channel 3000. Back again, as you just heard.
Lisa, last name is Murray, Murray.
And Ms. Murray, where did you live in July of 2021?
At 4593 Oak Springs Circle in DeForest.
And you have kind of an interesting history with the 4595 Oak Springs Circle address. What is that history?
The 4595 Oak Springs address, or the Halderson home, used to be my mother's home. She purchased the home in 1982, lived there until she passed away in 2009. I lived there for 2 or 3 years, and then I owned the vacant lot next door and built a new house right next door.
Okay. So fair to say you're very familiar with the neighborhood and with that home in particular.
Correct.
Did you know Bart and Krista Halderson?
I did.
How did you know them?
Being neighbors, just cordial, in the yard, how are you? Just chit chat.
Were you familiar with Chandler Halderson?
I had met Chandler maybe once or twice.
So you knew who he was, but not any particular intimate knowledge?
Correct.
Did you, though, have a conversation with Chandler Halderson on July 8th of 2021?
Yes, the morning of July 8th, about roughly 8:30 in the morning, somebody rang our doorbell. I answered the door and then called Jay, and Chandler was at the door and had just said, "Hi, I'm Chandler from next door." And we just said, we're sorry about your mom and dad, and he said, yeah, weird. And I think the next thing he said is he was looking for help. So he was looking to see if we had seen anything, if we had surveillance cameras or Ring doorbell. I responded no, that we did not have
hope your
a
mum's
Ring
okay,
doorbell.
Simi.
And then I think, you know, I think we kind of started asking maybe a little bit of questions.
What'd you ask?
Well, I know Jay asked, are you the one with the neck brace?
Oh, that's good.
Because we had heard that one of the kids had fallen and had a neck brace. And Jay had just mentioned, is that you or your brother? And he goes, no, it's me. And Jay said, do you need to wear that? And he responded, no. And then
just in saying that, if she had a mastectomy 20 years ago, you, madam, should be having regular mammograms starting now.
he explained a bit about his parents, that somebody had picked him up. And he wasn't quite sure who had picked him up. And I guess it was unusual because we started asking questions and said, well, wouldn't that other couple be missing?
What, if anything, did Chandler say to that?
He said, no, no, not necessarily.
Because it is highly like genetic. So it's one of the things like my ex-husband's mother passed away at 44 from, well, the original was in her breast and then it went to her brain. So because of that, my children, I had two girls, I've told them when they turn 30, that's it, they have to have them because prevention is better than the cure. Early detection.
He said that other couple might have been going on to their next trip or continued on with their trip. And Jay had said, wouldn't they need to bring your parents back?
And did Chandler have any response to that?
He didn't have a response. He just was maybe an awkward silence and just said, I don't understand. My dad always drives.
How did that conversation end?
I think it had just become, uncomfortable for him. And after that, it was more, he just kind of turned around. I'm sorry, I did miss one part early on when he was asking about if we had surveillance. We said no, but we do know that other people down the street have high security system, or we also know other people that have Ring doorbells. I'm sorry, I missed that part. So
actually, speaking of that, like that, it's bothered me with this Ring camera footage, right? I'm sorry, I'm going back to the camera case. Brian Albert, being a police officer, or ex-police officer, surely to Christ, they had a Ring camera footage. Surely they had Ring camera, at least. It never ever got brought up at all in trial. So just putting that out there.
That's okay.
But how it ended was he just kind of turned around and walked off the front porch, went down to the end of the driveway and looked left, looked right,
This shit
and
just goes through my head all night.
just started walking down the street to the left.
Ms. Murray, I'm going to approach you and have you look at what has been marked as Exhibit 54. Could you please describe Exhibit 54 for the jury?
Exhibit 54 is a picture of a window that I took.
Of whose house?
This is the
Okay.
Haldersons' home. The picture is the west side facing window into the garage. There are two side windows into the garage. This is the one that is the closest near the pond or the lake.
And what date did you take that picture?
I took it on July 7th at 5:20 p.m.
And does Exhibit 54 appear to be a true and accurate print of that picture that you took?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 54 into evidence,
Any objection?
None.
It is received.
and I would ask to publish.
You may. The photo should show up on the computer monitor.
Okay.
Now, Miss Murray, why in the world did you take a picture of your neighbor's window?
It was very unusual that the window was open. It was July, it was very hot, and those windows are never open. You know, that side of the house, you know, we see out that side of the house from 3 different sets of windows, from our kitchen, from our dining room, and from our sunroom. We can see that side. And there's only 4 windows on that side of the house. I've never seen a window open there.
Okay. And that struck you as unique and you wanted to document it in some way?
Very unique.
Is that window, you've lived in this home, is that window difficult to get to?
It is. It's kind of an awkward window. With it being at the end of the house, you have to walk around the cars to get there. I've never been in the home since the Haldersons owned it. You have to kind of, we owned it, you had to fall over a workbench area to get to the window. So it really was an awkward window to open.
And the Haldersons had lived in that home approximately 5 years?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, that's the only time you observed that window open was July 7th of 2021?
Correct.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Just to be clear, that window goes into the garage,
Correct.
and you didn't have any recent reason to know what was the layout inside the garage at that time, correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
You hadn't been in that garage recently, correct?
Correct.
That's all. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
May this witness be excused and released from subpoenas?
Yes.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
This judge is so polite.
State calls Eric Novak to the stand.
He looks young.
Good afternoon, sir. If you are comfortable and believe you can do so safely, we would appreciate your testifying without a mask if you're able. Sure. Thank you very much.
Judge, before we start, can we approach, please?
Sure.
Oh, Lordy. Lordy be.
It's a little swoop, a sneaky little glide. The message is simple.
Yes.
And you call him
like
Chaz?
and subscribe.
I would move Exhibit 56 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
All right, and there should be a little screen in front of you, which hopefully I'll try to move it so you can read. And I just thought it might be easiest just to read through these. So is the blue part what you say?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and read what you first wrote to Chandler?
Hey Chaz, saw a post about your parents. Wanted to check up with you. If you need anything or I can do anything to help, happy to do it.
And then Chaz responds, and you sent that message on July 8th at 10:55 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that Chandler responds, I appreciate it. I'm sorry, but I don't have a name to this number. So who may this be?
Eric.
Sorry, I can't think of anything to do. I've searched the house with the cops for clues, but I couldn't find anything. Fingers crossed that they get the court order to open up their laptop. And then I believe
They went up to the cabin, right? They haven't tried tracking their phones?
we need a court order for that. Every time I call, it goes straight to voicemail. So I think the phones are off or out of range.
Okay, hopefully they move on that. When were they supposed to be back?
They need a
Monday,
court order
Tuesday.
for that. What happened to Find My iPhone or like? Surely Chandler could have.
Have you been able to reach them at all since they left?
They sent a text on Sunday, but I don't know when they made it because of the recession
I see. I'm not really sure what to do either.
or how to help.
Or how to help.
All right. And that was basically your conversation via text with Chandler
Yes.
on July 8th. So I know you don't know a lot about this case, but during your friendship with Chandler, did you guys ever go swimming?
Yes.
Where'd you guys go swimming?
We went up to a beach in Sauk City.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 55. Could you please describe Exhibit 55?
So on the right of the picture, that's kind of the area we would walk to. And then we'd swim over there and go to the sandbar in the middle.
Okay. So you said over to the right. I don't think everyone can see that. Okay. Over to the right here is where you would walk to.
Yes.
Okay. And then you would swim to the sandbar in the middle.
Yes.
And does this picture, Exhibit 55, appear to be a true and accurate depiction of that area as far as you know it?
As far as I know, yes.
All right. I'd move Exhibit 55 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
No further questions.
Any questions?
What was that all about?
May the witness be excused and released.
Why does it
He may
matter
be
where they went
excused, but not
swimming?
released.
You are excused from any further testimony today, but you're still under subpoena to the state. So thank you very much. Have a good remainder of your day.
Thank you. You too.
I don't get it.
At this time, I'll
These
recall
little
Detective
witnesses.
Brian Shunk to the stand.
Oh, yeah.
If you would, again, as long as nothing's changed since your last time on the stand, testify without your mask. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Name still spelled the same as yesterday?
Yes, it is.
In the course of this case, many times you found yourself with other law enforcement officers over at the Halderson residence, correct?
Correct.
And at times, people were conducting varying levels of searches of that home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you conduct a search of a home, when I say varying levels of searches, meaning some are more invasive or destructive than others, right?
Definitely.
Early on in this case, people were looking around the home, but maybe weren't being wholly invasive or wholly destructive at that time, correct?
Yes.
And for instance, you walked around the home at one point.
Yes.
Were you at that time with other detectives ripping out drawers and throwing things on the floor?
No.
What kind of search were you doing initially in the home?
When I was first there, initially we were just doing a visual search, consensual, consented to by Chandler Halderson.
You were looking around.
Yes.
At some point later on in the investigation, a very thorough search was done by someone who specializes kind of in searching homes, right?
Yes.
Deputy Greg Leatherberry, who's going to testify in this case, correct?
Correct.
And prior to that search being conducted by Deputy Leatherberry and his staff and the people that work with him, was a video taken of the entire Halderson home to try to document the state it was in, at least to the best of your ability, before that more intrusive, destructive search was completed?
Yes.
And those videos are long, aren't they?
Yes.
And in fact, this one's an hour and a half, isn't it?
It's very thorough video.
And there's no narration to it.
Correct.
Doesn't make for engaging viewing always, right?
No.
The video has the ability to be sped up, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen it sped up in preparation for this case, correct?
I have.
And in fact, it can be sped up to 1/3 so that the video is less than an hour long.
Yes.
In speeding it up, in your view, having been in the Halderson home and having watched the original, does it change the quality of the video at all or what you're able to see?
It does not.
It just moves it along a little bit quicker?
Yes.
What is the purpose of these walkthrough videos that are done by law enforcement?
These walkthrough videos will document the home as is prior to any searches, just documenting how the home was found basically on law enforcement's first arrival.
Sure. And they'll go into every single room?
Yes,
And they'll open up drawers and things like that?
they do.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 543. Just feel around, and you've seen this before, in fact, a couple hours.
Sorry, Simi, I didn't mean to offend at all. And I completely respect your choice. That's fine. That's totally up to you. And I do understand. I've lived with chronic pain for 2014. So what's that? 11 years now. And have multiple medical conditions. Haven't been able to work since 2017. So yes, I understand about and I don't have private health insurance either. But in Australia we have there's a lot of stuff like screening stuff like that, like mammograms and smears and stuff are all like free, so you don't have to pay for any of that. But yeah, it's hard. It's fucking hard. And I wouldn't endure this life that I'm enduring, because it's not a life, it's an existence, if I didn't have my kids. Simple as that. So I totally get it.
So you saw this is a USB drive, correct?
It feels like it, yes.
Containing the video of the walkthrough in the home.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move exhibit 543 in evidence.
Any objection?
Yeah.
No objection.
It is received.
We'll get it queued up. And I'll move the publisher.
We even get bowel screening free. Like I turned 50 and I shit you not, it was like I got this big package in the mail. I'm like, oh, I got a present. It was a fucking free bowel screening kit. Like, yeah, shit this and fucking send it back. Happy fucking birthday. Happy 50th, Jody. Woohoo. Fucking. How dare they?
So as we're getting it queued up, and if you can switch to HDMI and relax. Just to preface this, again, this is going to be a walkthrough of the Halderson home. We'll pause it right there at 4595 Oak Spring Circle. And it's going to take, well, it says an hour and 28 minutes and 55 seconds. We're going to speed it up by about a third. It's going to be just under an hour, correct?
Yes.
And I will hit play here in a second. Judge, if you wanted to dim the lights, and I know everyone probably wants to get comfortable. It's gonna...
The issues we have over here, it's about the services that you get because the federal government took over the funding for disability. So they have made it so impossible to get access to them, like as a client or as a person. And all of the providers now have to be a registered provider with that company, with that funding body. So if you're not a participant in the funding body, you can't even access any of the services at all. Like, because I was assessed last year with the occupational therapist, needing 20 hours of assistance basically at home to help me cook, clean, whatever. And I can get two hours. It's fucked. Yeah. It's not even fair. They treat. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds awful. And then the mental health system is an absolute, I don't know what it's like over there, but it's certainly not even closely dealt with over here. Nowhere near. Yeah. So this is the Halderson home. Didn't he set up that room as his bedroom or something? That's just jarred a memory for me. I'm getting like flashbacks of bits and pieces of this trial. But I don't ever remember watching it. Yep. There is So I was right, Tricia. He did. Is that the room he made the bed out of? Because I honestly don't. I've never seen this trial ever. But I just had a flashback then of those couches being made a bed. The fuck? That happens to me a lot. No, I haven't seen it before. Well, no. It's a first run for me. That's why I'm like, the fuck? The fireplace where he burnt the heads, yeah, and other bits and pieces. Oh my god. A blanket fort. Oh, what a mess. Can't stand that. That would drive me mental. I hate dishes in the sink. I can't go to bed if I know there's dishes to be done. I know I'm retarded, but I can't. I'll lay in bed there going, oh, dishes. And I can't leave the house without making my bed, even though no one visits me. I'm mental. I'm just scratching my foot. Sorry. I'm still here. Oh, yes. Laundry as well. I'm absolutely monitoring it. Yes, it's on my screen. I've got Courtroom Confidential up, and if anything happens, I will close down this stream and it will automatically redirect you to the verdict stream I've got set up in the background. And I'll meet you there. Oh, mice. Yes, I turned on Courtroom Confidential this morning. Well, this morning for you, this evening for me. And there was Kathy and Jenny and Palola's mum in there. I think Kathy's still in there. Gross. Why is there not even any commentary with it? Like, surely they should be saying, and this is the kitchen looking from the westerly direction and So you open up the dishwasher. Right, okay. What is the point of this? At least they're stacked neatly. God damn foot's so itchy. Oh. Oh. Oh, yes, I've got one of those properties too. My cats take good care of that though. Oh, really? Yes, kitchen's filthy. Bench tops have got to be cleared. Just no. I've got to have matching cups, plates, kettle, tea towels. Color coordinated. I've had to modify it so that everything's sort of at waist or chest height because I have trouble like grabbing things from above and below. But the only cups and mugs and plates that are on display are all matching. Mine's like a what's it like? It's that color green and white and cane. A light colored wood. Oh. I don't even like drips of water on the sink. Mm. There's the bedroom. Is that a different room or? Because that's a fireplace, isn't it? Because he wasn't living there, was he? Or was he? No. So that's a different lounge area, is it? The fan's still going. Carpet looks filthy. No. Yes, that glass broke because the fire got too hot and he threw water on it or something, didn't he? He sounds like it. He sounds like it. What scares me is that he's only 6 months older than my eldest. And, like, comparatively, like, the thought of her doing something like this just. Didn't they find part of the skull in the fireplace as well? I read that correctly somewhere when I was researching this. I have uploaded this entire trial into the database too, so if you want to ask it any questions. Yeah, me too. I reckon they will be in about 15 minutes. They normally have it for at 1 o'clock, don't they? Oh, what have I missed? Oh. Oh, I can't stop scratching it. Damn it. I'm going to have to go and get some cream to put on this foot. Have a bathroom break. I'll be back.
Detective, that was the walkthrough video, right?
Yes.
And the time that was conducted, the whole purpose was to see the entire house. No one knew what was really relevant yet or not relevant yet, right?
Correct.
And while we might talk about all of the rooms in the next couple of days, fair to say that the basement of the house, the room with the fireplace, Mr. Halderson's bedroom, those will be the three primary areas that we're going to continue talking about the next few days.
Correct.
At this point in the trial, and I suppose as one of the primary investigators, we've now heard from pretty much everyone who was involved in Mr. Halderson going door to door looking for security videos, correct?
Yes.
We might hear from a few more people that were in the area, but at this point, we've heard from those folks. One of those folks, Mr. Linsmeyer, mentioned to Chandler that he should give the cops a call. In fact, you were one of the people who left a card and ultimately got some calls from Chandler, right?
Yes.
And we're going to hear about that later on in the trial?
We will.
Okay. Now, that home, the Halderson home, obviously there was a large amount of police presence there in early July of this year. At points, Chandler was there, and then at some point, I think we're all in agreement that he was arrested. In fact, you were one of the people in the room when he was arrested on the 8th in the afternoon or early evening, correct?
Correct.
From the 8th onward, so let's say July 8th when Chandler was arrested, all the way through August 4th, that house remained in the custody of the Dane County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
And it was guarded at all times, was it not?
Definitely.
Can you tell us just briefly what it means to guard a house, a crime scene guard?
Yes. So our crime scene investigators will secure the home. They'll put up some type of a evidence tape on the doorway to make sure that no one, snuck into the home. There'll be a deputy assigned to that location, to that crime scene, and they'll remain there for their entire shift. They won't leave unless they're relieved. So no bathroom breaks, no going to a restaurant. They are there guarding that home.
Sure. So from the time of Mr. Halderson's arrest on July 8th all the way through August 4th, nearly a month, at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, there was a Dane County Sheriff's deputy guarding that home.
Yes.
And they kept a log of everyone who came and went, correct?
Correct.
And that was turned over to my office in the defense. It's a normal part of the process in the court system.
Yes.
And people who entered that home, I think we may have saw people wearing booties when they passed by a mirror. People were outfitted with appropriate equipment to protect any biological evidence when they were coming and going.
Yes.
Including yourself at times.
Correct.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
I would just ask one clarifying point. The deputy in charge or assigned to guard the home, did they guard from the outside or the inside?
No one's allowed inside the home except for the crime scene investigators at the time, so they are outside of the home.
Thank you. Anything in follow-up to my question? No, thank you. Detective, you may return back to the table. Would this be a good point for us to break for the day?
I think we've been staring at that snow showers message on the bottom right for a while, so I think that'd be a good idea.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point then, we will adjourn for the remainder of today. I don't think there's any bad weather this afternoon or tonight or tomorrow, so that should relieve us. However, it's supposed to be very cold tomorrow, so if you want to make any different plans other than leaving the building tomorrow, you'll still have plenty of time to do so. You also may wish to leave, or we'll take enough breaks tomorrow, because as I understand, the flow of the presentation that the state is providing tomorrow will be a day of more difficulty as far as the testimony and evidence which the state will need to present as we move into some of the things which were discussed in the opening statement, which haven't been brought out yet today or up to today in the testimony. Your notebooks stay here, and I charge you once again to not discuss anything about this case with anyone where you are headed to or who you are with between now and tomorrow morning, and to not look at any news reports, seek out any information on the internet or the print or digital media or television of any kind. And if you are subject to anyone trying to speak to you about the case, please ignore them or walk away or put a stop to that, and remain as you have been diligent until we see you tomorrow morning. Have a very good and restful evening. Thank you. Oh, and what time? Same time if we could. Same time. So we'll strive to start at 8:45 if everybody's here by 8:45.
All right, jury.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is James Langer, Digital Content Manager for Channel3000.com. Just checking in as we have throughout the course of this case. You just heard there, they are kind of wrapping up for the day in day 2 of the Chandler Halderson trial. So I just wanted to recap everything that we heard today before we sign off. In case you're just joining us late, you missed some of the stuff this morning. We dropped some links in the comments of these live feeds, and you can also see them, all those updates at channel3000.com/Halderson. Just kind of recapping what we heard specifically this afternoon. So earlier today, we heard from a lot of neighbors who live in the area of the Halderson home, all telling kind of a similar story about how on the morning of July 8th, Chandler apparently went door to door sort of around the neighborhood, just kind of checking in and seeing if anybody had Ring doorbell footage or security camera footage of the road in front of the Halderson home, anything that would see what cars were coming and going. We don't know why exactly he was asking around, but we do know that one of the videos had a pretty clear view of the Halderson driveway, and they had a deputy look through that video. It recorded 24 hours a day for 7 days. So somebody had to sit there and watch every second of that video and make note of which cars were coming in and leaving. So they sat and they played that video, a condensed version of it, sort of showing the cars that did come and go from that home. What they did not see was anybody showing up to the home during the time Chandler Halderson said somebody came and picked up his parents. No cars came to the Halderson home between midnight the night before they went missing and 7 a.m. A short time after he said they might have left. What it did catch was somebody driving the cars registered to Krista and Bart. So Krista drove a Volvo, Bart drove a Subaru. They did see those cars coming and going quite frequently throughout the days, like the week or so after Bart and Krista disappeared. The cars would come and go during all times of day, some as early as about 4:30 in the morning, some returning as late as 11:30 at night. Of course, we don't know for sure who was driving those vehicles, but that is what that video showed. So we saw that video. What we also saw, and it was a big bulk of what you had just seen, is about an hour's worth of video from inside the Halderson home. This was taken as the deputies found it before they started a more destructive, as they said, or more intensive search in the home for evidence. So after Chandler was arrested on July 8th, that house actually became property of the Dane County Sheriff's Office. So then they went through, documented quite literally everything that they saw. You watched it if you were hanging around here for the last hour or so. Went through every room of the house, every detail they could look for, just to sort of document how things were as they found them. What they did find was that fireplace that was sort of in question or brought up earlier in the trial. Chandler had explained the broken fireplace, the broken pane of glass, by saying he was playing with the dogs. They got a little too rowdy. They broke the pane of glass on the fire. Prosecutors said that they believe that Chandler actually tried to first burn the remains of his parents after he had dismembered them in the fireplace. They say the fire got too hot. He might have panicked. He threw water on the fireplace, allegedly, and that would have broken the glass. The pressure would have broken the glass there. That's their explanation for the broken glass. We'll hopefully hear more evidence why they think that in the coming days here. Other highlight this afternoon, if you missed it, was Bart Halderson's brother, Brett, actually took the stand to testify as well. He said that he at first thought that maybe his brother and Krista were just out of cell range, sort of similar to what Chandler was saying when he first heard they hadn't been accounted for. He said, you know, he tried calling both Bart and Krista, couldn't get through, just like everybody else who tried calling them those days, went straight to voicemail. So he called Chandler and basically got the same story that Chandler had told everybody else, that he believed that they were picked up by another couple, that they took a bunch of cash and a bunch of alcohol with them up to the lake. But Brett, like all the family friends who testified this morning, said that's totally out of character for those two. Bart and Krista, not heavy drinkers, is what everybody said this morning. Brett said, you know, his brother, again, was a CPA. He's the guy he went to for tax advice. He wouldn't take out a large sum of cash. He wouldn't be known to go to a casino. And he was very careful with his money in that way. So he didn't necessarily believe that story either. Another interesting thing we found out was that Brett Halderson actually worked as a police officer himself up in the Green Bay Appleton area. So he has some level of experience when it comes to these types of cases. And he said he asked Chandler to go around the neighborhood and look for that surveillance video, anything that could help police find Chandler's parents. So he said it may have been his idea that spurred Chandler on to go door to door looking for that video. His belief was that he wasn't sure what Dane County sheriffs were doing in the investigation to that point. He had very little detail, so he wanted to make sure every bit of video was collected if possible. So that was another interesting piece of information we learned from Brett Halderson's testimony. And then finally, prosecutors asked Brett when the last time he had heard from his little brother was. He's about 4 years older than Bart. And he said he actually got a call from Bart on the morning of July 1st, the morning that authorities and prosecutors believe Bart Halderson was murdered, wishing Brett a happy birthday. It was Brett's birthday, the day that Bart and Krista Halderson disappeared. So that was an emotional moment there. Brett kind of broke down a little bit, tried to fight through some tears because that's understandably a very difficult memory to have associated with your birthday. So we have all these testimonies broken down on our website, channel3000.com. We wrote up recaps for the morning session and the afternoon session. You can also go to channel3000.com/Halderson, that URL at the bottom of the screen there. There you'll find not just our updates from today, but also from yesterday, day one of the trial. You'll find that timeline of events from the criminal complaint. If you haven't clicked through that yet, please do. It's a great way to get caught up on what authorities believe happened in this case. You'll also find that live stream video player there too. So you can stay on that page and while you look through that information and click around and kind of get a good basis of knowledge. In the meantime, we did just hear the judge say before they signed out for the day, saying tomorrow might be the day where we start to get into the evidence that might be a little bit more difficult to see. To this point, we haven't seen a lot of those photographs or anything like that.
No, that happens every
laying
time.
the foundation of what Chandler told people leading up to his parents.
All right, what did I miss? Jury is deliberating through lunch, but court employees would be gone from 12:30 to 1:30. Court TV just said jury's on lunch. Yeah, me too. What scared you? What? What happened? What did I miss? And here's this guy. And how long has he been on my TV? You know when you're down to that, like you've squeezed the tube of your cream so much that you actually have to cut it in half and try and get the last dregs out. That's where I was at. Oh dear. Okay. So they just basically went through the rest of the house, I'm assuming, and and that was the end of it for the day, I'm guessing. Oh, all right. Well, what's the time? 3:15. Court's over for the day. Are you for real? The jurors are going home, or no? Oh, phew. That's scary. They've got to come back today. They have to, because they're all young, and they ain't gonna want to be coming back on Friday. Where's Court TV? The back channel. So many people that I've never heard of are coming up in my feed now with the verdict watch. It's like I can't even find Court TV. I feel like YouTube's changed their layout. Is it just me? It's like the whole thing's different. Normally I can go to the left-hand side and I can... Oh, there we go. Right. Let me see. Court TV. Found ya. Let's have a look and see what's in their chat, shall we? Whoa.
Guilty of that one, and everyone agreed that John O'Keefe was not hit by a vehicle. So honestly, why is it on there? It's the defense. Vinny, stand by. We have got to get to a break. But when we come back, we have more verdict coverage, the Karen Reed murder retrial. We could hear something at any minute. The jury should be soon wrapping up their lunch. So that could mean we hear those words from the courtroom. Stay with us.
We're looking for closure. I think everybody's looking for closure at this point in time.
I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together. If we find not guilty on 2 charges, but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge?
Because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
The instructions are very confusing. They're confusing for attorneys and they're confusing for the layman who is the members of the jury.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's verdict.
All right. Do you want... What I might do is close this down and open up the verdict watch stream, but just have it running in the background. Do you want Court TV or do you want who we were watching yesterday? Who were they? They were geez, I've watched a few things between then and now. Oops. Justice served. Jesus Christ, that's loud. The fuck? Why is that so loud? Sheesh. Is this the live one? No, that was yesterday's. So, day 4. I always enjoy court TV. That's good for me. Okay, cool. Cool. Done. All right, well, this will direct you straight to the actually, I better turn it to public. Oh, I've put it as the verdict. I better put verdict watch. Yeah, it'll take you straight to this stream, and I'll just have court TV running, and I'll be listening in the background, but I'll be laying down. Get a bit of change the thumbnail too. Fuck. I was getting ahead of myself. I thought that we would have a verdict and I could just flip across and I was all organized. That'll teach me. That'll teach me. All right. Well, I will stuff around with where is it? That one's better. It's now public. And it's starting at 3:25. No, 3:20. That'll do. Okay. Right. So I'll end this and I will see you on the other side. Bye-bye.
Hey there, thanks for stopping in. We hope you will join us again. We all look forward to next time. We get to talk about true crime. Clues. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests. Our true crime family is great. All types of topics we debate. Smash that like and ring that bell. Hit subscribe, you might as well.